Okay, we got one last question. We're going to call it good for today.
Right.
Second place.
Hi everyone, my name is Amanda. Welcome to the first session on the pedagogy track. I am coming to you live from sunny Miami, Florida. I have a few housekeeping things before we get started and I introduce our awesome host today. First thing is that this session will be recorded and all sessions will be recorded, and you can access those recordings at kahoot.com/EDU Summit after the day is over and in the next few days. Another thing, you can see the chat feature on the right-hand side of your screen. So you can go ahead and chat with any questions and any comments you have during the session. I will be moderating that during the session. If you have any general questions about Kahoot, go ahead on our webpage, kahoot.com/EDU Summit, to ask any of those general questions, and some of them might be answered during the Ask Kahoot session later in the day. Another awesome piece of information, you can access a shareable badge on our webpage, and you will obtain a certificate of attendance in the next few days after the summit is completed. If you would like to post or tweet about us on your social media, please use the hashtag Kahoot EDU Summit. We'd love to hear your thoughts and shares about the session. All right, on to the good stuff. I am excited to present to you the session called SEL is Essential in the Digital World with Common Sense Education. This session is perfect for K-12 educators looking for creative ways to seamlessly integrate social emotional learning into your already busy schedule. I am excited to introduce to you Jeffrey Knutson, Senior Producer and Content Strategist at Common Sense Education. And he will teach us and tell us how to integrate SEL and technological well-being into your curriculum. And we'll hear about relevant research and practical techniques that you can use in your virtual classroom right away. So Jeff, we're so excited to have you here. I'm going to unshare my screen and hand it over to you.
Hi, thank you, Amanda, and big thanks to everyone at Kahoot. It's an honor to be here on behalf of Common Sense, and just a huge thanks to Kahoot for having us. I'm going to share my screen and then we can get rolling. See if I can present. So I want to start today with just an agree or disagree question for everyone. And this is really just to frame our conversation today. I think there's a chat, and if you want to share your thoughts in the chat, that would be great. But this is something we'll come back to a little bit later in the presentation. So I want to know, when you think about this statement, kids' screen time is more of a concern today than it was before the pandemic. Do you agree or disagree? Or maybe it's complicated and there's more to it than a simple agree or disagree. And we'll come back to that. Oh yeah.
Jeff, I'm going to jump in here. I see a lot of agrees. Most people are saying agree, agree, agree.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, and I think we will, these kinds of statements, as you'll see, are similar to the statements that we sometimes give to students when we're talking about different SEL or DigCit issues. And so we'll come back to this, not only this particular question, or this statement, but also this type of activity as something you can do with students. So common sense, who are we? We do a lot of things. Many people know of us, but not many people know about everything that we do. The best way to think of Common Sense is we're like 3 organizations under one roof. Common Sense Media is for parents and families. We do media ratings and reviews, research and advice. Most people know us for our movie ratings and reviews. Common Sense Education, which is the pillar of the organization that I work with, is for educators, teachers, and administrators, and their students. And we focus on digital citizenship. Most people know us for our DigCit curriculum. But we also have EdTech tool reviews for teachers. We have SEL resources and so much more. And then Common Sense Kids Action is a nonpartisan advocacy organization mainly focused on legislation and community organizing, all with the best interests of kids and families in mind. Now, one thing that really helps drive everything that we do in our work is research. And so I wanted to share with you some research that we did very recently. This is just from April, a couple of months ago. The title of the survey was How Teens Are Coping and Connecting in the Time of Coronavirus. And there's a lot that we found in this research, but I want to highlight just a few key points. As we might expect, social isolation has been tough for kids. We see that 42% of teens reported that the pandemic is making them feel more lonely than usual. And we know the economic strain of the pandemic is also a concern for a lot of kids. But we also found that teens are reaching out more than they do otherwise. And and another stat that we found is that 40%, on top of what you see here, 40% of teens say that they feel more connected than usual with their families, and that's significant. So what does this all mean? As the pandemic hit, as our schools hallways have emptied, as we've shifted to distance learning, something we've known for a long time has become really clear, which is that technology can connect us just as easily as it can isolate us. And what this means is that we need social and emotional learning, we need digital citizenship, we need quality content to make sure that it's more of the former than the latter. We want to make sure that technology can connect us and that it's not isolating us more. And this goes for now during these times in which we're living, as well as in hopefully a near future where we do return to more in-person learning. Fortunately, at Common Sense, we have a lot of resources to help. We're an organization focused on kids, teachers, and families' lives in the digital world, and I'd like to share some of those resources with you today. First up is our digital citizenship curriculum. We recently spent over a year updating our entire K-12 DigCit curriculum. And what we learned is that SEL is really essential to everything that kids learn about when it comes to interacting in the digital world. As we revised every single lesson in the curriculum, we really realized that social and emotional learning underpins everything there. You really just can't have digital citizenship without SEL skills. One thing to note about the curriculum, it's really not focused on safety or following rules. If you're not familiar with the curriculum, you might assume that, oh, DigCit is all about telling kids what to do and what not to do. We've designed our curriculum in a different way. It's really designed around helping kids recognize feelings, helping kids learn ways of feeling, and helping kids practice some thinking routines. Because we know that at the end of the day, DigCit issues happen in the real world to kids, and they have to make decisions, and we want to help them learn how to make the best decision for themselves. We can't tell them what to do or what to think, but we can kind of help them think through how they're going to feel about a situation and what they can do. As part of that update to our curriculum, we revised all of our topics. And here's just a view of the 6 topics that we've come to. We had a lot more topics broken down a little bit more in the past, and now we've shifted to these 6. And as you'll see here, each topic has a topic statement that goes with it that really frames the whole topic for kids. And these really reflect the way that SEL is infused into the curriculum from the bottom up. Just as an example, when you see the privacy and security topic, the statement here is, we care about everyone's privacy. It's not a list of do's and don'ts around privacy. Instead, it's around helping kids learn to care about their own privacy, helping kids learn to care about other people's privacy as well. Just another example, cyberbullying, digital drama, and hate speech is another topic that we cover. Being kind and courageous is the focus here. It's rather than giving kids a set of rules or here's what to do if you see cyberbullying, we want to help kids think about, well, how does this make you feel? How do you think this makes other people feel? And that's the basis of the lessons. Diving in a little bit deeper, we have the topic media balance and well-being. And so here's just another example. And by the way, this is a brand new topic. We touched on this topic a little bit in the previous curriculum, but with the new update, this is one of the 6 core topics. And it's really relevant right now with all of us stuck at home, spending more time using media, both as an outlet for entertainment, for learning, for staying up to date with current events in the news, which we know can often and sometimes be traumatic, most recently. But back to the initial question in the first slide. If we were going to talk about screen time in our curriculum, this is where we would do it. And I think one thing I want to mention is that we approached the concept of screen time a little bit differently in the curriculum because we want students to think critically about it. We don't want to just give kids an amount of time and say, this is screen time you should be getting or you shouldn't be getting. We really want them to think more about the context. Think about the what, the when, and the how much, not just how much screen time are you getting. And it's really based around talking to kids about their media choices and then helping them think through, well, how do those choices make you feel? I know that, I have a 7-year-old son, and a lot of times he might come out of a screen activity or doing something online, and maybe he's been doing that for a certain amount of time, or it's a certain time of day, or there was a certain piece of media that he was engaging with. I like to ask him, well, how did that make you feel? What does that make you think about? And there's a dialogue there. And so that's the same kind of dialogue we want to have with our students. Up next, so that's the curriculum. I could go into a lot more detail, but there's a lot more to cover today. I'd love to also talk about Common Sense and Kahoot. We've been really lucky to have partnered with Kahoot this past year to develop some content on the Kahoot platform that really accompanies and enhances our digital citizenship curriculum. And so what we did is we created a series of quizzes on the Kahoot platform. There's one quiz for each of the 6 DigCit topic areas that I just covered. And the thing to know here is that it's a way for teachers and students to discover digital citizenship. You don't have to have taught our lessons or learned anything about digital citizenship in order to take these quizzes. You could simply go on to Kahoot, and this could be your starting point if you wanted it to. One thing we did is we built these quizzes around Kahoot's poll question feature, the poll type of question. And this is really intended to spark critical thinking and discussion about some of the tricky issues and dilemmas that come up in the real world around digital citizenship. These are scenarios that kids probably and do encounter that really just don't have clear-cut right or wrong answers. And that's really where we focus a lot of our work in DigCit. It's not about do's and don'ts. It's more about, well, there's a tricky situation. How are we going to deal with that? And it's presenting that question to kids. I want to share a couple of the poll questions here, and you can kind of play along. And you'll notice that these are a little bit similar to that first question I gave to all of you at the beginning about screen time. So the first one here is part of our digital footprint and identity topic. And the statement is, it's okay to post a version of yourself on social media that's not 100% real. Students have the option to say, I agree, I disagree, or I'm undecided. It's kind of complicated. And one thing I can tell you, and I'll give you a little bit of insight about how this goes, because we present these statements and these kind of dilemmas to kids often just to kind of get feedback on how kids think about these things. Some kids agree with this, some disagree, and it's kind of all over the board. In different classrooms, it skews one way or the other. And I want to really drive home that what kids actually say is less important than just presenting them with the exercise of thinking about this. And that whatever your students in your classroom say, however they answer, there's a discussion there. There's a conversation to be had. And that's really what we want to do with these. This one, for instance, some kids have a lot of good reasons to say they don't want to be real online. Other kids, maybe it feels safer to not be exactly who they themselves are online. And it really depends on the context, and that's the kind of conversation you can have. The next one, oops, skipped one there. The next one was, when you find mean, abusive, or hateful content online, it's best just to ignore it. This one's from our cyberbullying, digital drama, and hate speech topic. As adults teaching digital citizenship, we might think, oh, it's obvious. You have to tell kids, you have to report what you see, you have to confront people, You have to stand up against cyberbullying and hate speech. And those are all good things that we should be talking about. But for teens, what we find is that when we get teens to respond to this and they give us their honest feedback, that a lot of teens have some really valid reasons for sometimes ignoring negative or even hateful posts online. And a lot of it depends on the context of the situation. So this is where bringing SEL into the DigCit equation is really important. There's a lot of listening that we need to do to our students, not just talking to them or telling them what to do or not to do. There's really great conversations to be had here as well about how would you deal with these scenarios? What are the scenarios you've seen? Because as we've seen in our research, most teens have encountered cyberbullying or hate speech. If not themselves, they've seen it happening to others online. And just a reminder that in real life, outside of the classroom, these digital citizenship issues really don't always have a clear right or wrong solution. It's messy. The real world is messy and complicated, especially for kids. And so helping them kind of understand that and see that they're not alone, and then helping them think through how they might respond in different scenarios is really good practice for them. Next up, one that's a little bit lighter, but maybe not. If you don't want to text with someone anymore, it's okay to just ghost them. This is from our relationships and communication topic. Again, it might seem like a no-brainer to adults, like, hey, come on, tell someone if you're not going to text with them anymore. But again, context matters. What we find when we talk to young people about this topic is that their online relationships are often a lot more complicated and nuanced than we might realize. And the context matters, and there's a lot of variables to think through. Those are all great conversations to be having with your students. Next up, for our media balance and well-being topic, turning off my phone for a while is a relief, even if I might miss out on something. We might assume that kids would agree with this, but many often do agree. But there's great conversations to be had here about why do we feel the need to be constantly plugged in? And I think part of it is about just accepting that, yeah, we all kind of feel that way sometimes. That's the world that we live in now. But why do we feel that way? And should we feel that way? Sometimes we feel like we have to constantly be available to others. We may have situations in our lives that require us to be plugged in, whether that's, during class time in person, or maybe during class time in the virtual world, or maybe, things get messy there in the distance learning world in ways that we haven't predicted yet. So those are the kinds of things we want to be talking to our students about and getting their feedback on. This one is from our privacy and security topic, although it overlaps with our cyberbullying and hate speech topic. And as you'll notice, if you get into the curriculum, there's a lot of overlap that happens. None of these topics are really siloed exactly because things are messy in the real world. Should social media sites display everyone's real names to stop trolls? That's a big question. And, we might yearn for an internet with more accountability. But when we think about that, what are the implications for people's privacy? Who could be at risk and why? Could it make the internet an even less of a safe space for some people? And if so, how? This one's a little bit more of a philosophical debate because we don't know if it's even possible for this to work, but there's a lot of great SEL tie-ins. And again, no clear right or wrong answers to this. And last up, this one I always find really interesting to bring up with students. The statement is, it's okay for younger kids to be on social media, even if the rules say you have to be 13. Now, one note, this is, our curriculum is designed mainly for a United States audience. And in the US, we have the law COPPA, or the Children's Online Privacy and Protection Act, which requires a minimum age of 13. Likely different than GDPR, but the question here really works in the same way. The thing to know here is that data privacy as a topic is, let's be honest, it's kind of a tough sell for kids. It's not always the most engaging topic or exciting, but what you can do is you can use something like this to kind of flip it on its head and present it in a different way. We can talk about when kids are really ready for social media. And what we find is that lots of kids that we talk to about this topic actually disagree. even though they themselves started social media at a young age, and they'll cop to it. They'll say, oh, I started when I was 11 on, whatever platform, but they often take a tone of like an older sibling looking out for a younger sibling and kind of wanting to protect younger kids. And it really opens up students, older students who are admitting that, they did it, but they don't think younger kids should. And they admit that, but it opens them up to thinking critically about their own social media use and then the impacts of social media on everyone of every age. And so these conversations are really rich. They're conversations that your students have a lot of background knowledge for and they can readily talk about. They're conversations that I think can work well, whether you're in person or in a virtual setting. And we hope that our Kahoot quizzes that we've worked with Kahoot on are a great way to kick those conversations off. Now, before we finish, I wanted to share a few more SEL resources that Common Sense has to offer because we have so much. And as a media literacy organization, really concerned with how kids and families and educators are impacted by the media landscape. Social and emotional learning is just kind of inherently baked into everything that we do. So there's so much that we do. I can't go over it all, but again, I'll highlight some of the great stuff. The first one I'd like to mention here is we have a series of articles called We All Teach SEL. This is part of Common Sense Education's ratings and reviews platform. In addition to the DigCit curriculum, we do ratings and reviews of EdTech tools for teachers. So you want to find a great app to teach algebra, we've got reviews of dozens and dozens of them. If you want to find teach reading, we've got reviews of that. If you want to find websites with information for your students to do research on, we've got reviews of tons of those. Within that, we have curated, our editorial staff has curated 132 apps, games, websites, and activities that we think can really help teachers teach social and emotional learning in the classroom. These are apps that on their surface might not seem like they're intended to be teaching SEL, but if you use them in a particular way, you could use them in a really productive way to help your students think about SEL as they're learning. And this goes not just in a class on digital citizenship or SEL, but you could do this in any subject area, and we've curated them by subject area here. We say SEL might not be core content, but it's at the core of all content. Next up is Wide Open School. And this one I want to spend a couple of slides talking about. In April, just a couple of months ago, in response to the pandemic, Common Sense launched a brand new initiative called wideopenschool.org. It's a one-stop shop for both parents and for educators who are looking for resources, inspiration, or just comfort in the age of distance learning and working from home. I'm going to take a pause for one moment just to get a drink of water. Everything in the Wide Open School site is based around making this experience, the pandemic, less of a stress. We want to help people feel, it's supposed to come across as comforting, inspiring, and helpful, not just for kids, but also for adults who are, adults, parents, and caregivers who are teaching. And then last up, we have a section on social and emotional learning there. And so you can go in and search by SEL topic and find some information in Wide Open School about that. Lastly, before we go, there's so much more. We have advice articles, videos, webinars, podcasts, media reviews. I'd like to put in a brief plug. If you have time tomorrow, be sure to check out a free webinar we're hosting that's titled Parenting in Support of Black Lives with some fantastic panelists. The link will be included here in just a moment. But we have all kinds of resources that you can find both for your students and your children around social and emotional issues and social and emotional learning, as well as for yourselves as teachers, as parents. It's important to remember to take care of yourselves as well. And with that, I will wrap up. And we have time for questions, I believe.
Jeff, thank you so much. We had a very active chat. Many totally agree with you in that social emotional learning is essential to professional and personal success. We had many people responding to your Kahoots, agree, disagree. It just goes to show, Jeff, that those topics that you put up there are great points for discussion in the classroom.
Great. I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, so I think we have some questions from some of the participants. And one question I thought that was great and relevant for many teachers and administrators is, you know, with the internet, we are inundated with so much material. I think especially on social emotional learning, there are so many different lessons and topics and resources everywhere. How do we know what is best to use as teachers and administrators?
If I understand the question correctly, it's, you know, there's a lot out there. I think one of the best things to do is, you know, word of mouth is great. Connect with other teachers and ask what they're doing, ask how they're dealing with these issues, ask what resources they're using. I think you can do that virtually as well as within your own sort of PLN that you have maybe locally. I think in addition to that, Common Sense is a great resource. You can come and check out our article series that we have, which I think gives some great recommendations. The other thing to do is just try it. I think one of the best SEL activities you can do is just to have an honest, candid conversation with your students. Ask them to give you honest feedback. And one thing I forgot to mention, and this is hopefully obvious for everyone who's the Kahoot user, but in the Kahoot quizzes that we have, you can conduct those quizzes where students are anonymous. If you feel like it would help your class to be anonymous in responding, and that maybe that might help them open up and give you more honest feedback in answering the poll question, do that. So I think there are some things you can do both in person and virtually to really seed those discussions and just get people talking. I think that's the biggest thing, is to get people open up and to communicate.
Definitely. Thank you for that, Jeff. And as you know, I was a first and second grade teacher at a public school in Brooklyn before working here at Kahoot, and I definitely used your resources. And if it's Common Sense checked off, then I know it's a good one.
Well, thank you. We're happy that that's working.
Forgive me for looking over here. I'm just taking a look at some of the questions people are asking. One common one was, is Common Sense material available in other languages?
Yes, oftentimes, yes. The curriculum, the student-facing curriculum materials are available in Spanish and English. And the videos for the Digit curriculum are both in Spanish and English. In some cases, we have videos where there are interviews with students, and those are not dubbed, but they are subtitled in Spanish. There are a number of resources that are available in some other languages, but it's not as consistent. And so I don't have that complete list, and it would be hard to talk through there. But if you need something in a language and you're not finding it, send us an email and we can try to help you find it if we have it.
Awesome. Great to hear. And many participants are asking, where can they find these Kahoots? And they are, of course, at kahoot.com and available for teachers to use, which is really exciting. Let's see, another question we had was, you mentioned a lot of research about teens, and some were interested if you had any specific research on college students. Of course, if you don't, that's fine. But just wondering if you had any specific information regarding social emotional development for college kids.
That's a really good question. As an organization that serves kids K to 12 for our education platform, and kids 0 to 18 in age for our Common Sense Media platform, that's really where most of our research lies. That said, we may have some research that touches on this issue, maybe SEL related, but it may just be more around digital devices that extends to college-aged people. I would have to look. We have a lot of research, and one of the pages that's linked at the end of this is our research page, and you can go there and see that, you know, we're conducting surveys quarterly, and then a couple of times a year we come out with a big study, and we've been doing that for years, and so we have a lot of research there. I would encourage you to check it out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know of any right off the top of my head.
No, but that's great information. Let's see. One question which I think is particularly relevant, and we'd love to get your thoughts on this, is how do you address or facilitate conversations on social emotional learning through distance learning? Of course, we see you can use Kahoot in a virtual setting, but do you have any other advice or tips on how to have these conversations virtually?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kahoots, the prompts that I shared or the statements are a really great example of a way to do this. However, I would recommend just starting small. You can see how just one of those statements could kick off a conversation. You give one short statement, one sentence, agree, disagree, it's complicated, and give that to your students. And you could probably talk for over an hour about some of those. And so I think the way to do it over distance learning is probably to give it to students, have them respond, and then show them the results, but then have them go back and write a reflection on, well, why did you think this? Give them a chance to kind of articulate their thoughts a little bit, and then come back in you know in a forum like a Zoom chat, something that's more synchronous, and have them discuss at that point. And I think that's where you'll see some of the best results. I think whether you're in person or online, I think it's good to give young people a chance to kind of collect their thoughts a little bit first. But sometimes that statement with the agree or disagree is a great sort of knee-jerk way to just kickstart the thinking.
Great tips. Thank you, Jeff. Let's see. Is your digital citizenship curriculum mapped to or aligned to any standards specific to social emotional learning?
Yeah, so when we created the curriculum, we wanted to map it to a number of different standards, and one of those was the CASEL, which is a set of learning. I don't know if they're considered standards per se, but they're CASEL competencies, I think they call them. And these are the types of skills and habits of mind that we really encourage in our curriculum, and are all about, they're all about SEL. And so CASEL is the most trusted framework, and we'd already seen some districts that work with us out there doing this already. We work with districts all over the country who use our curriculum, and some of them had been going in and mapping this already so that they could say to their communities, look, we're teaching digital citizenship and we're addressing SEL, and sometimes we're doing it at the same time, and here's where that happens. So we just decided, why don't we try to do this for districts, and we mapped it all out. There is a page on our website that does that. I don't have the link for it handy right now, but it is there. And if need be, just get in touch with me and we can get it to you. And it kind of shows where everything's mapped and how it connects.
Definitely. And on that note, many have been asking about resources, and all of the resources that you shared are on our homepage, our website, kahoot.com/EDU Summit. Friends who are tuning in, if you scroll down to the SEL session, there are some buttons there that you can press to link you to many of the resources that Jeff has mentioned, which is really, really awesome. Thank you for those, Jeff.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see. This is a question that I'm interested in, actually. How many lessons are in the digital citizenship curriculum? And do you have them for every grade level? I know you mentioned you do a lot of research for K-12.
Yeah, so the DigCit curriculum is a K-12 curriculum. It's free, which is a great thing to mention. Everything there is absolutely free. Some of it does require registration, and that just means that we know who you are as a teacher and you've registered on our site, but it's free. There are a host of lessons. Every grade level has about 6 lessons, but some of the lower grade levels, like kindergarten and first grade, just have 3 lessons each. But the structure is a little bit different there. But the thing to know is that the curriculum is really meant to be used very flexibly. You can teach it as a DigCit lesson. You could also take one of these lessons and adapt it to your needs. You could change it and do something different with it. If you want to do something that's a little bit more specific to an SEL topic, like perspective taking or like empathy, you could take one of our lessons and the materials there to fit into that, if that's what you want to do. And the other thing to know is that the grade levels within the lessons are sort of a recommendation. You could take an 11th grade lesson and teach it in 9th grade if you wanted to. You could take a 6th grade lesson and teach it in 4th grade. things can age up and age down, and it's really meant to be used in a flexible way like that.
Yeah, Jeff, it's really great to have those resources sort of as a jumping off point as a teacher when you maybe haven't, focused so much on SEL in your classroom, or you just need new ways to teach it. We have a question that came in. Do you have any research regarding the impacts or gaps of students' social emotional learning or development based on socioeconomic status or differing socioeconomic levels?
Possibly. I don't want to misspeak on this one, but we do, when we do our research, we are often looking at socioeconomic levels. And one of our more recent studies, I'm trying to think, I know that we often do our research stats and the data back. We do often have a breakdown by socioeconomic status for students. I know that one of the things we were looking at, well, I don't want to misspeak, but I would say if you go to our research page and look at some of the studies that we've done over the past couple of years, that you will find a lot there about that. But I know that's a big concern right now, especially given what we're seeing with the pandemic and the shift to distance learning. We're seeing that those disparities that exist already in the United States socioeconomically are being driven further and further apart by this pandemic, and that the pandemic is impacting some communities more than it is impacting others. And so that is an important thing. We try to address that as much as we can in our research, and it's definitely something we're aware of and we try to address in our work.
Thanks, Jeff. And thank you for the participants who are tuning in and helping the other friends out, finding links to the resources on our webpage. Just a reminder, kahoot.com/EDU Summit. You'll find all of the resources Jeff has mentioned and made available to us. And of course, he said they're all free. Jeff, I have another question for you. This is sort of a broader question. To what degree can technology tools be kind of an effective replacement for in-person teaching and instruction and interaction? And maybe what effects do you think in teaching virtually, what effects might they have on those students?
Yeah, I mean, I think, hopefully we can all start learning and working and interacting together in person sometime again soon. But it's we don't know when that's going to be. And I think right now, the technology tools that we have that can connect us are the best thing we've got to help us connect. And the interesting thing is that as we do this, we're finding new ways to use some of these digital tools. We're finding that there are new complications as well. And so I think it's good to, think about this situation that we're all in right now, in some ways, to look for silver linings as an opportunity. I think we have to do the best we can to connect in the digital world right now. And I think that the pandemic has brought into stark relief the ways that technology can connect us and the ways that it can kind of get in the way and isolate us. And I think we're all part of a big experiment right now and what that's going to look like. But at the end of the day, social and emotional learning and just social and emotional issues are really central to this, no matter whether we're stuck online in our homes isolating or whether we're out in the workplace, in our schools, in society, seeing each other in person. It's important for us to address these issues no matter what. And I think some of the issues are different in the digital world. But oftentimes at the core of it, it's, well, how are you feeling, doing? How are you? People? These things are universal, no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing.
Yeah, and it's definitely important for us as adults to check in with ourselves as well. I know we've all been in a different situation. Another question that came in, potentially our last one here, Jeff. Are your curriculums and resources usable for those outside of the US? We have a lot of friends tuning in internationally.
Yeah, absolutely. They are definitely open for anyone to use. In terms of language, like I said before, some of all of the resources for the DigCit curriculum are translated into Spanish. For the resources for students, some of the teacher-facing resources may or may not be, just because there's a lot there for teachers. But there are some resources that are translated into other languages as well. It just depends on the resource. And but if the language is not an issue, yeah, I mean, anyone can use the resources. I think at the end of the day, the issues that we're all facing around digital citizenship are sometimes really similar, no matter where you are. I mean, the fact that we have, this in our pockets is becoming somewhat universal around the world. And that comes with a lot of benefits and a lot of exciting things, but having digital devices and being connected all the time anywhere comes with some drawbacks as well, and some issues that we need to address. But I really think that addressing them from a foundation of social and emotional learning is the way to go.
Well, Jeff, really, thank you so much for this informative presentation. I'm just going to actually share my screen here to highlight some of the resources that you have provided for us. The links are not clickable right from this presentation, but I just want to highlight the 6 different resources that are on our webpage. Once again, it's kahoot.com/EDU Summit. And if you scroll down to the SEL session, you can see buttons to each one of these links. Check them out. There is so much awesome information in there. The different Kahoots are available. I've actually played them, tested them out. So Jeff, we really, really appreciate your time. Any last words?
No, just thank you. And if you have questions or if anything comes up, feel free to email us at Common Sense. You can find our contact on our website, and we actually get back to everyone that contacts us. So if you need anything, just let us know. And thank you.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much, Jeff. I'm just going to give some reminders to our guests out there. Of course, thank you so much for attending this session. We are so lucky to have Jeff here with us. If you want to post on your social media platforms, please tag #Kahoot EDU Summit. We'd love to hear from you. As I mentioned, all of our resources are on kahoot.com/EDU Summit. And a reminder that we have 3 tracks running all day. So this is the pedagogy track, and I will be the host for the pedagogy track all day. And soon, in about 18 minutes, I'll be jumping to the Kahoot track, where we have a panel on distance learning. So friends who are tuning in, go ahead and go to our webpage, kahoot.com/EDU Summit, to check out the different tracks. And the other sessions are still going on right now, but we're all set here. And once again, thank you so much, Jeff.
You're welcome. Thank you. And bye-bye.
Okay, we got one last question. We're going to call it good for today.
Great.
Second place.
Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Amanda coming to you live from sunny Miami, Florida. I hope everyone had a nice break. We are excited to have you here. Before I introduce our awesome presenter, I'm going to go through some housekeeping things. Just a reminder, all sessions, including this one, will be recorded and accessible on our website, kahoot.com/EDU Summit, after the session is over and in the next few days. Another reminder, you can see the chat in the right-hand side of your screen. Please feel free to engage in conversation and ask any questions you might have for Darcy and Britannica that we can use for our Q&A session at the end. If you have more general Kahoot questions, go ahead to our Summit webpage and submit those questions there, and they could be answered during the Ask Kahoot session with some of our crew members. Another reminder, you will be getting a certificate in your email in the coming days to get your PD credits, and you can receive a shareable badge for this session right away on our website, kahoot.com/EDU Summit. You can go ahead and download it now and even start sharing it. If you share anything about this session or anything during the summit today, go ahead and tag #Kahoot EDU Summit. We would love to hear from you. And on to the good stuff. I am so excited to have this session with Darcy Carlson today. We have our session called Making Virtual and Blended Learning Sustainable with Britannica. And this session is perfect for K-12 educators who strive to maintain rigorous literacy standards through online and blended learning, which is something that, of course, all teachers want to do. I am excited to introduce to you Darcy Carlson, Director of Education Consultants at Britannica. Go ahead and follow her here and Britannica here. But we are so excited for this session and so happy to have you here, Darcy, and I'm going to hand it off to you.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and thank you so much, Kahoot, for inviting Britannica to be a part of the virtual summit. I am so excited to be here today. A little bit of background on me. I am a former classroom teacher. I taught special education in the elementary level before joining Britannica. And now I work with a team of educators to facilitate implementation of Britannica resources in schools and districts across the country. And as Amanda mentioned, this is perfect for educators and administrators for K through 12. The session today is really focused on K-6, but certainly if you're outside of that category, please stay. We've got great tools and resources to be sharing with you today. The goal of today's session is to strengthen the rigor of your virtual lessons. So we're going to be looking at a few examples of how you might do that using Kahoot and some Britannica resources. Also looking at ways to maintain and build fundamental literacy skills with your students, and discover equitable solutions that can be leveraged both digitally or in print. And our takeaways today are a badge that's going to be available through Kahoot, along with the printable and online resources. So at the end of today's session, we're going to be sharing a link with you where you can download the resources that we're sharing today, including full text articles, images, descriptions of videos for those activities that include videos. So you'll have all of the content that you need to share with your students. So let's jump right in. What I wanted to do was to start this session with an image that a teacher friend of mine posted on social media. And this is a picture that she posted of her classroom at about mid-May, May 11th, when she was clearing it out. And she writes, "This is not how anyone expected the year to end. The best part of the school year should be happening now. This was such a hard day. Packing up my students' belongings tugged deep on my heartstrings. I wasn't prepared for grieving like this. And this is a message that I've heard and seen echoed across social media, and then also talking with teachers from around the country. And there's a real sense of uncertainty as we move into the summer and into fall. And I think the uncertainty is definitely with what is going to happen, whether we have a blended learning environment, whether we're all virtual or in the classroom, what the expectations are going to be for students and teachers and administrators. And we don't know all the answers to those questions right now. But what we do know is that we have the same goals that we've always had. And that is to provide the best educational experience possible with the ever-changing expectations and landscape of school closures. Also, to ensure continuity with established learning objectives. And this is so important as students are exploring and navigating virtual learning, to have consistent expectations for them. And to strengthen your existing instructional infrastructure. So we want to look at ways in which we can provide lessons to provide the rigor that's necessary for college and career expectations. So today we're going to be looking at a blended learning framework and utilizing the tools and resources that I'm sharing today to fit into any model of learning. So whether you are having face-to-face instruction in a school building, whether you're having synchronous or asynchronous learning experiences, or if you are completely virtual in the fall, you'll be able to use these tools and resources in any environment. We recently partnered with Stanford Consulting to help us to understand the best practices for blended schools. And this is some of their findings, that certainly there are benefits to both distance learning and brick and mortar schooling, so more of the traditional school building. And the best practices are to marry those two together, and the kind of the best elements of both worlds. And so let's take a look first at the virtual learning or distance learning. What's a benefit to that is that it does allow for self-paced and self-motivated learning. And we're going to be looking today how we can utilize Kahoot as well as student-driven inquiry to help to motivate students through lessons. Also, more time for individualized feedback, utilizing the technology that you have, and increasing parental involvement. You saw a picture of my daughter. She's only 2.5, so I haven't experienced this personally with having to work as a parent and virtual learning. But as some of you as parents know, and as teachers working with your students and your students' parents, we know that there are higher expectations for them now. And so we're going to talk about some supports for that as well. We also, in a brick and mortar classroom, of course, there are some benefits to that. And when talking about some of these aspects over here, one of the things to keep in mind is that some of you may not be in a brick and mortar classroom in the fall. And if you're not, that these could be things that you're doing during your synchronous lessons. So perhaps when you're doing a Zoom or a Google Meet, you can do more of the hands-on or social learning spaces. So places where students can collaborate, participation in extracurriculars with peers when appropriate and when available, face-to-face contact with teachers and peers, whether it's like this via Zoom or actually in person, and then anchoring learning in dedicated physical spaces. So we know that even with the best practices for blended learning, we have quite a challenge in front of us. Initial research from NWEA is estimating that there may be a 30% learning loss from COVID. They're calling that the COVID slide. So we're all familiar with the summer slide and the summer learning loss, which is typically about 10 to 15% that we see within the area of reading and literacy. But we're looking at almost twice that, with 30% possible in the fall. So we know that there is quite a challenge in front of us. So the question is, what can we do? What can we do to combat that learning loss and work with our students possibly over the summer and then into the fall? So that goes back to our goals of the session, which are to look at ways to maintain and build fundamental literacy skills. And that is going to be things like critical reading and thinking, inquiry, media literacy, problem solving, and drawing conclusions. We're also going to want to provide equitable solutions, and we'll talk through those, and build subject area literacy in both social studies and science topics. And 2 activities today we're going to be looking at are going to do just that. So let's take a look at building subject area literacy. So these are 4 components that we want to keep in mind when we are constructing a lesson around subject area literacy. One is just the component of reading more informational text. Studies have continually shown that exposure to informational text at grade level will provide students with a more success in college and careers. We also want to look at ways to compare and analyze various content sources. So we're going to be incorporating encyclopedia articles as well as other forms of informational text, such as primary source documents and also media pieces to be able to compare and analyze. We want to look at ways to build academic and domain-specific vocabulary, and we have some strategies to do that today. And then also evaluate content presented in various formats. So I just kind of threw a lot at you. We have certainly a huge challenge in front of us, but we can all take a deep breath really quickly and hopefully keep it simple going forward. What we want to do is kind of go back to the basics. So as I planned for this session and sharing some example lessons with you, what I want to do is just answer 3 simple questions as we're kind of designing the lesson together. One is, where does the student need to go? So that is where you're going to identify the goal or objective based on your curriculum standards. And number 2 is, how are they going to get there? And this is so important in a blended learning environment because there's a lot of planning and prep for that. And we want to make sure that we're providing the appropriate content for students to reach their goal. And also identifying learning activities that are going to be appropriate for different students. So providing scaffolding and modifications that are necessary for students while also varying strategies. And then number 3 is just, how will you know when they've arrived? So we want to make sure that we are having students be accountable for their learning and offer opportunities for reflection and assessment, and identify assessment possibilities based on those learning goals. So that's how we're going to attack each one of these lessons today. The first lesson that we're going to be talking about is on energy, and this is intended or written for grade 3 through 5, but certainly there are ways to scaffold for your younger students, and you can also range up to your higher level students with any of our content that we have for 6th through 8th, as well as 9th through 12th grade students. So the first question, where does the student need to go? So this is where we're going to pull the goal and objective, and that will be informed for this example from the NGSS as well as our Common Core ELA standards. So the performance expectation that I pulled from NGSS is to make observations to provide evidence that energy can be transferred from place to place. And then we're also incorporating some writing and reading informational text standards from ELA. And these are the objectives based on those standards that we developed. So the standards here that the goal or objective that we're trying to meet here is that students will develop domain-specific vocabulary related to types of energy, that they'll use evidence to support claims in answering comprehension questions, and they'll also use information gained from images and the words in a text to demonstrate the understanding of the text. Let's go on to question number 2. How will they get there? That's my favorite part. This is where we're going to look at the framework of the lesson, the content that we're wanting to use, the scaffolding, the different varying strategies that are going to get students to the goal. And so when you're picking a framework to use with your students, we recommend that you pick one that is familiar to them if possible. So one maybe that they've used in a previous year, or one that you're consistently using so that they really know where they are in their learning journey the whole time. So today we're going to be using the 5 E's model, and we'll walk through that as we go through the lesson. And the content that we'll be using is Britannica launch packs. We'll be using content from informational texts from our encyclopedia content, along with images and videos to help to support this lesson. And we'll also be incorporating, of course, Kahoot throughout. We're going to be using it as an assessment tool, but we're also going to be incorporating it throughout the lesson to engage students. And then finally, question number 3, how will you know that they've arrived or if they're on their way? And we're going to be using Kahoot as an example for that, as well as a printable and digital document that is included in your packet that you'll be receiving at the end, that is going to ask different comprehension questions as well as text-dependent tasks. All right, so let's start the lesson. So this is incorporated into Kahoot. This is where we are going to first engage our students. And we're going to do that with a video clip of a scientific phenomenon. So I'm going to click here and play this video shortly for you. Oops, sorry about that. I'm going to escape there. And as you can see that that was in slow motion. There's nothing wrong with your connection here. But what we're doing there is igniting students' curiosity and really engaging them in the topic. So with Kahoot, you are able to embed video content into your Kahoots. So that would be a way for engaging students either as a synchronous lesson, or if students are working on the challenge, they can also answer those questions on their own. And the question here is describe what is happening in the video clip, or the instructions here. And so these are some examples of what students might say. Things like popcorn popping in slow motion. We all saw that. That was an observation. Oil is being heated up on a pan to pop popcorn. That corn kernels are exploding into popcorn when they get hot. And that some kernels are popping earlier than others. Okay, so that's the engage portion of the lesson, or phase of the lesson. And now we're going to move on to the explore. This is where students are going to begin to explore content based on their observations of the engage stage. They're going to start to build on their understanding. So what I would ask students to do in this is to simply explore this image. And we know that some kids are going to need a little bit more scaffolding or support for that. So I might also include the strategy of see, think, wonder. And with this strategy, what I'd first ask students to do is to write or type down everything that they see in the image. So this is where they're pulling out details within the image, so key details, so including things like they see a windmill, they see different animals, they see solar panels, they might see that they have different categories at the top of the page. The next is to ask students what they think. So what inferences can they make from this image? So they might know that that the topic is on energy. So they might think that those categories are different categories of energy. They might think that they are going to be doing something with this image later on. They can really think about all of the different reasons why we might be sharing this image. And then the last ask of students would be, what do they wonder? So what questions do you have from this image? Or what does this image make you question? And so that can help to drive inquiry as students are moving on to the next phase of the lesson. Before we do that, I have another activity that I would have students do and explore, and this helps with that parental coaching that we're asking parents to do. So this is a great place for students to utilize their home environment to understand the concept more. We're asking students to write down the energy source, the location, and then draw a picture. So it may be for younger students that their parent is writing down the energy source and location, and then they're able to draw the picture. So it really includes all levels here. The next phase in the 5 E's is explain. And this is where a teacher may explain some of the scientific phenomenon that they witnessed earlier in the engage phase. It also may be where the explanation comes from informational text or videos or images to help to support their understanding more. And that's actually how we're going to do that here. And when interacting with informational text, I always recommend that to loop in some of those ELA skills, we provide some text-dependent tasks. And so very simply for this activity, what I would ask students to do would be to answer the question, what is energy transformation, and provide examples with evidence from the text, and also to identify and define types of energy described in the text. And both of those text-dependent tasks relate back to that original goal of the lesson. So let's jump in. I'm going to come right here to Britannica Launch Packs. And those of you who aren't familiar with launch packs, basically what it is a curated collection of informational text, images, videos, interactive activities that surround topics in both science and social studies. We have about 2,000 launch packs in social studies and then 2,000 in science. Right now we're looking at an example of forms of energy for grades 3 through 5, but we also have packs for K through 2, as well as 6 through 8 and 9 through 12. So it's all across the board. And our packs of content you can see here are really easily accessible in kind of a pinboard view of all the different content. You can see videos and images and the text clearly marked. A teacher can easily share this content. So I can click right here to send this to Microsoft Teams, to my Google Classroom. I can also email this directly or generate my unique link up here and share that to my LMS or however I share content with my students. I can also customize a pack, and this is really popular because, of course, outside of this activity, you might have some additional content that you've used throughout the years. So if you want to upload your own document, you can certainly do that here. You can add an external link, and that's really important if you want to add in a YouTube video or another resource from online that will be related to this topic. You can put that in here. You can also choose a graphic organizer. We have about 20 graphic organizers that will help to scaffold for students, specifically focusing on a lot of those literacy skills. And we're going to take a look at an example for one for sequencing a little bit later on for our second example today. But then, of course, right down here, we also have the ability to seamlessly add a Kahoot quiz. So within launch packs, you can add a Kahoot quiz and really easily add that to any lesson that you're creating. You can also delete content that might be outside of the scope of your lesson. So for example, if I thought that this article might distract my students, I can remove that. And if I add any of the content in here, it will actually add a new card for me. So I'll have a new card with the Kahoot quiz or the new link or whatever I'm using. I'm going to click here to save my changes. And let's go back to the task at hand. So what I'm going to do is scroll down to the bottom. This is where I do have an article on energy, which I would direct my students to. And I've already customized this in some way by adding a note. So you are able to add notes to your students. And I've put in that text-dependent task here. So what is energy transformation? And provide examples with evidence from the text. To assist students as they're interacting with the text, and this is very important, especially working in a distance learning environment, is that we have tools to support their reading and understanding. One of those is the read aloud function right here. So I can click right here on the play icon.
Introduction. Energy is another word for power. Energy makes things move. It makes machines work. Energy also makes living things
So that does
grow.
read the article aloud to the student. What I can do up here at the top is use some of my page tools. So we have the ability to make this text nice and large. So that's great for kids who need that larger text or prefer it. You can print all of our content. So we have the ability here to print. We also have automatic citations. So if students are citing content for anything, we have citations in all of our styles here. And then very important right over here, we do have the translate tool. What's great about this is that, of course, students who have English as a second language are able to find their native language here. So I can, for example, choose Arabic. And I can scroll over any of the text and see the original English translation. This has been really helpful also for parental involvement. So if you do have parents at home who have a different reading, or excuse me, a different first language and are more comfortable reading in that language, this is a great way for those parents to be involved and understand what their students are learning in the classroom. All right, I am coming back here to my original article here. And a couple more things I want to point out within the text itself. You will find that over here, because some of our articles can be a little bit lengthier, we do want to make it really easy for students to navigate. So we do have the ability to move to different portions of the article very easily. So we have our table of contents right over here. I'm going to head back up to the introduction. And another tool that's built in is something called the Quick Click Dictionary. And that was created so that if a student is reading through an article and they come across a word that they're unfamiliar with, or perhaps their teacher has given them the task to define different forms of energy, this might be a way for them to do that. So for example, down here, if I come to this, this text here, I'm going to double click on the word kinetic. And I have the definition from Merriam-Webster. I'm also going to find the pronunciation of the word.
Kinetic.
I'll also find this tab here for the Spanish translation as well. So this is a really great way to build that domain-specific vocabulary. We've got the word, of course, within the context of a science text. We've got the definition as well as the pronunciation of the word. Let's also talk about the other text-dependent task that I had here, which is asking students what is energy transformation and to provide examples with evidence from text. And from here, what I'm going to do is utilize our annotations tool. And this allows for students to interact with the text as they're reading. And I'm going to head down to my energy transformation portion of the article, because this is where I'm going to find the answers to that. So as I'm reading through the content, what I can do is highlight any of the text. It's going to give me this little icon here, which is going to enable me to interact or comment on the text. So I might put here that energy transformation equals energy changing form. All right, so I'm going to click here to save, and that's going to show up for me right here. What I can also do here is you can see that there are images embedded throughout, so I can open up any image here and even make it larger to view. So we're incorporating both images and text into this lesson. And then continuing on with my annotations, I might find here that we can find that electrical energy is formed where it goes, so it can be changed into light energy. So the engineers are able to do that. So I can click here as an example and put electrical energy to light energy. And then I can click right down here and actually label this. So right now we have a comment, But the task at hand was to provide evidence from the text to support our findings. So I'm going to label this as evidence. So that populates over here for me as well. And it also tells me that some of the electrical energy also changes into heat energy, and that energy is considered to be wasted. So that might be a question that a student has. Why is it considered wasted? So I can click right here on my icon again. And write, why is it wasted? And then here, again, I can develop this, or excuse me, identify this as a question. But you can see the other categories here. We can ask students to go through and label vocabulary, either that they're unfamiliar with, or the task at hand, which was to identify the different types of energy. We can ask students to summarize or also make connections to the text. So there's lots of different ways that you can use this and use different close reading strategies to incorporate the annotation tool here. And I'm going to scroll back right up to the top of the page here to show you that in addition to having the annotations here digitally, what I can also do is share these. So now the teacher can really see exactly how the student is interacting with the text. By clicking here on the share icon, I can email it to my teacher, but I can also download this. So if I click on download, what I'm able to do is download this either into a Word or PDF. Then a student could, of course, print this off, but also upload this to whatever your LMS or virtual classroom is. And it tells the student's name, the annotated article, what article it's from, and then, or excuse me, what launch pack it's from, and then the highlighted text, and then the annotations that are there. So if there were specific assignments or, for example, the evidence or vocabulary, you would be able to see those here. All right, so I'm going to continue on here. Students were able to move through the explain phase of the lesson. We might be showing some formative assessment here as well. So throughout the lesson, there are opportunities to incorporate Kahoot with some of the vocabulary and comprehension questions. But the last section here, or the last phases, are to elaborate and to evaluate. And this is where students are going to be able to apply and extend concepts in new situations. So using observation and evidence to support conclusion. So we're going to do this with a fun activity that can be done at home or in the classroom. And that's simply an observation on microwave popcorn. So students can microwave popcorn, and as they're doing that, they can write down their observations. We have a printable and digital guide for that as well, where they would put in their hypothesis, their observations, results, and then finally their conclusions. And this is all in your e-guide that you'll be accessing at the end of the session today. All right, we are going to move on to the second activity that I'm going to be sharing with you today, which is our last activity. And this is surrounding the topic of Jackie Robinson and historical context. And this is for grades 3 through 5. We're going to be asking those same 3 questions that we asked before. So first, where does the student need to go? This is a social studies topic. So we're going to be using the C3 frameworks and the Common Core State Standards for ELA to inform our objectives. The first one is for the C3 frameworks, we're going to be looking at how we can create and use chronological sequence, relating events, comparing developments that happen at the same time, compare life in specific historical time periods to today, and also generate questions about individuals and groups who have shaped significant historical changes and continuities. With our ELA standards that we're going to be incorporating, we're going to look at how we can compare and contrast overall structure, draw evidence from informational text, and then we'll also recall relevant information from experiences to gather for print and digital resources. And we're going to take notes and categorize. So here are the objectives that I pulled together based on those standards and frameworks. So we're going to use background knowledge, and information gained from the Jackie Robinson Pact to take notes and categorize information, draw evidence from primary and secondary sources, and then describe the chronology of events surrounding Jackie Robinson's letter to the president using multiple sources and media. So how are we going to get there? We're going to keep it simple and go back to the basics. We're going to use a KWL framework. So asking students what they already know about a topic, what they want to know, and then what they've learned. And this is a really great structure to use for virtual learning because it does help to drive student inquiry, which can be that self-directed learning that students need in a virtual or a distance learning setting. We're also going to be incorporating Kahoot throughout. We're actually going to be using Kahoot to record all of our KWL answers. And then we'll be using two resources. We're going to be using Jackie Robinson's PAC, so a PAC on Jackie Robinson for our elementary level. And then we're also going to be looking at a primary source document. This primary source document is a letter that Jackie Robinson wrote to President Eisenhower in 1957. And how are we going to know that a student has arrived? We're going to look at a couple of different ways. Of course, Kahoot, we're going to be able to find that with RL and what have you learned in the KWL, but we'll also look at ways that you can use journaling within Britannica launch packs. So we're going to look at KWL in a little bit different of a way here. Typically with KWL, at least how I've experienced it, is that you start with what do you already know about the topic before going into the topic to really ignite students' interest, to make connections to what they already know and assess some of that background knowledge. But for this example, what we're going to do to kind of get all students on the same playing field so that they all have the same understanding of the content to begin with is to front load them with some content. So the first thing I'm going to do is have them explore the Jackie Robinson launch pack. So I'm going to open this up here. And this is where I can come down and find the different content. And again, this is a social studies launch pack that we're looking at here. Students would be able to find the different content sources that they want to look at. So it gives some student choice here as well. I can click here to watch the video. This is I love our Did You Know collection. This gives some interesting.
Jackie Robinson was the first African American to play Major League Baseball in modern times. Many players and fans.
I'm going to pause that here and I'm going to continue on. You can see that we have the different content types over here that I can view. And of course, students can also explore the content in the text and any of the other images. After they have the opportunity to explore the launch pack, what I'm going to then do is introduce them to this primary source document. And I love using primary source documents with students to really get them to engage in the content. It helps them to connect to individuals from that time period. It helps them to develop critical thinking skills as well as to construct knowledge. And so for this particular example, and I wouldn't share this with them yet, but I would, I'm going to share it with all of you. This is a letter that Jackie Robinson did share with, or wrote to President Eisenhower. And I'm going to read just the first part of this to you. It says, "Dear Mr. President, a few days ago, I read your statement in the papers advising patients. We are wondering to whom you are referring to when you say we must be patient. It is easy for those who haven't felt the evils of a prejudiced society to urge it. But for us who as Americans have patiently waited all these years for the rights supposedly guaranteed us under our Constitution, it is not an easy task. Nevertheless, we have done it." And he goes on to urge the president to make a statement that would clearly put his office behind the efforts of civil rights. And you can imagine that this is some of the vocabulary in here might be difficult for some of your students and some of the content. So a suggestion for that might be to scaffold in a way where you're looking paragraph by paragraph, looking at the vocabulary used, deciphering tone, writing questions as you go through before you pull it together. This also might be a lesson where you're starting this off as a synchronous virtual lesson or in the classroom, so you're really having that conversation with students. So after introducing students to the Jackie Robinson Launch Pack, as well as the primary source document, we also want to look at some of the details of the primary source document. So some things that might be interesting to you or to them is that at the top of the letter, it says chock full of nuts, and that's from New York. It also, things to point out are things like the date that it was written and maybe also the date that it was received. So it was written on the 13th, received on the 16th. And now we're going to ask some questions to the students. So based on some of that front-loading information, we're almost going to be detectives here. What do we already know about this topic? And so we can say things like, so students might say things like that Jackie Robinson was the first African American to play Major League Baseball in modern day, that he wrote a letter to the president, that he was a great baseball player, and that the letter was from 1957, among other things that students might share. Next, we're going to ask, what do you want to know? So based again on the information that your prior knowledge and then the prior knowledge that you've accessed from the launch pack as well as from the letter, what do you want to know? So who was the president in 1957 would probably be a big question that students might have ask. What was happening when he wrote the letter? So what is this letter really referring to? Did the president respond to this letter? What is chock full of nuts? And I get that question a lot. It's really interesting. I just was talking to one of the educators on my team, and she was saying that it's her boyfriend's favorite coffee still. And chock full of nuts is actually a company that still exists today that Jackie Robinson, after he retired from his baseball career, became an executive at. So that's why it was on that letterhead. But students can use these kinds of questions to drive their inquiry. So whether that's individual inquiry, so you could do that probably at the older grade levels, or if you're doing this as a class inquiry, you can go through and, for example, what was happening when he wrote this letter? That's really the driving question that we want to look at. And so through research, what students would be able to do, whether they're using Britannica resources or any other content, they're going to be able to really identify the different things that were happening at that time. So for example, with this, we would find out that in 1957, it was Eisenhower who was president. And you could also find different events that surrounded this letter. So in September 16th, the letter was received, and after doing some research, and it's important here that we're providing the appropriate content for students to find this information, especially at the lower grade levels, so that they are not kind of just going out and looking up 1957, but we can provide some of that content up front. So for example, some of our launch packs to support that. But in September 4th, the governor of Arkansas had blocked the integration of Central High School in Little Rock with the National Guard. On September 9th, a Civil Rights Act was passed addressing voting obstacles. And then on September 24th of that same year, President Eisenhower sent in federal troops to remove the National Guard. So this really shows some of the events that were surrounding the time when Jackie Robinson wrote this letter and what he was referring to at the time. And this lesson was taken from Britannica's original sources, which walks through the entire lesson. It really shares some really interesting information about that time period. And it also shows at the Jackie Robinson meeting President Eisenhower after that letter was written. So for your students, what you may want to do for something like this is to provide some scaffolding or some graphic organizers. These are examples of graphic organizers that are included in Launch Pack. So you might want to do something like this, as simplistic as this, or also providing opportunities for students to write in a whole timeline. And these again are printable as well as digital, so they're fillable forms. And as an assessment, we can ask students to provide evidence to what they've learned based on their research and their inquiry. You can do that through Kahoot, but you can also provide students with opportunity for journaling within Launchpacks, and I'll share this with you here. Along with the ways to customize, you can also add in activities, and one of our activities is journaling. So if we want students to connect to current events, and so they want to take the information that they're learning here and connect it to things that are happening in the world today, they can use these instructions and we can actually assign a journaling activity for them. So I might even add here and edit this to ask students to make connections to things that are happening in current events as the standard was asking. All right, we are wrapping up here today, and I'm sorry I'm not able to see your questions and chat as we go through this today, but I really hope that this was helpful in sharing just a couple of ways in which you can increase and push for more rigor in your lessons for both social studies and science, as well as incorporating those ELA skills. And if you could please just type in your chat box and let me know what is one thing that you learned today, and Amanda will be sharing these with me later, that you will take back and share. And while you're doing that, I'm going to put some information up here on the screen as a big thank you for attending today's session and being a part of the Kahoot Summit. We want to share some resources with you. We've mentioned this throughout, but one of the things is our printable and digital COVID slide ebook. So it basically shares the energy lesson along with some wonderful science and social studies lessons that have printable resources as well as digital resources, but everything can be used with or without Launchpacks. And then you can find that and access that down here. The URL is bit.ly/Kahoot COVID slide, and that's also going to be available in the Kahoot library of content that is from the Kahoot Summit today. So I'm going to leave that up on the screen for a moment. And Amanda, if we have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Darcy, thank you so much for that informative presentation. We had a lot of questions regarding pricing and accessibility to teachers. I know the lesson you did can be used with any text, doesn't have to be used with Launchpacks, but if you could just go over sort of what is accessible to teachers, is it administrators that needs to buy Britannica resources, and what's the pricing like?
That's a great question. So I don't know the exact pricing, and I'm not on the sales side of things, but I will tell you that you can certainly contact me. I'll provide my contact information at the end, or even if by downloading the ebook here, we'll be able to get your contact information and we'll share that information with you. But it can be at the school level or at the district level where you purchase. And there's different pricing models that are available. So our sales representatives will be able to share that information with you. But yes, all the content that was shared today, or excuse me, the energy lesson certainly is all the text is there, but any of the strategies and activities that we use today can be used for any informational text as well.
Thank you so much for that, Darcy. And I just want to reiterate for people who are tuning in that the resources that Darcy is mentioning are on kahoot.com/EDU Summit. Darcy, another question that kept coming up was, are these resources accessible in other languages?
Yes, so as I showed before, and I just showed it really quickly, we do have a translation tool within Launchpacks, so you can translate the article into any language. We also have other online resources that are written in the native language of Spanish, French, simplified Chinese. So we do have some additional resources as well that you can find at botanicalearn.com.
That's awesome. And I'm getting a lot of feedback here, Darcy, that everyone is appreciative of the step-by-step lesson. And as a teacher, the organization, the step-by-step how-to is very useful and a great way to just bring it back to any classroom.
That's awesome. Great.
Yeah, great. Another question I have from the audience is Britannica aligned with Common Core?
It is. Yes, that's a great question. I can actually pop into a resource really quickly to show you that. So we do have correlations to all of your state standards as well as national standards. I can actually search directly by the standards, or I can find them within a pack. So I can search by standards here, or if I'm in a pack, I can view the curriculum standards right from there. So that's a really great question. You can find them right over here.
That's really useful, Darcy. And I just want to mention, even at the beginning, many of the participants were saying, because of this whole digital blended online learning, teachers who have been veteran teachers, feel like they're back to the basics and they're back to their first year. So I think your step-by-step lesson, using whatever resources teachers have available, I think is really, really useful.
Great. I hope so.
I will close us out here with just a few reminders that, first of all, thank you, Darcy, so much for being here, for putting together this lesson. It was so useful, practical. And thank you, attendees, for tuning in to this. I hope you found it useful. Just a reminder that all the resources from this session and from other sessions can be found at kahoot.com/EDU Summit. Of course, please feel free to email Darcy at darcy@eb.com with any questions regarding pricing or accessibility to the launch packs and Britannica resources. Anyway, other friends who are here, please feel free to tag #Kahoot EDU Summit on any of your posts. I think we are trending on Twitter now, Darcy, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome.
But in any case, we have another session starting in about 8 minutes. So Darcy, thank you so much for being here. Attendees, thank you so much for popping in. We thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
Okay, we got one last question. We're going to call it good for today.
Second place.
Hello, Kahooters. I am Amanda, and I am so excited you're here with me today. I hope you have been enjoying the Kahoot EDU Summit. I am tuning in live from Miami, Florida, and I am excited that you are here for our third session on the pedagogy track. A few reminders before we actually get started. This session will be recorded and it will be up on kahoot.com/EDU Summit within the next few days. There is a chat feature on the right-hand side of your screen. I see many of you are already typing in where you are signing in from. It's great to see everyone from all over the world, but feel free to use that chat to submit any questions and engage in any discussion between each other. Another reminder, we have a shareable badge accessible on our website, kahoot.com/EDU Summit, that you can go ahead and download now. And when you share it, make sure you tag #Kahoot EDU Summit. I think we are a trending topic on Twitter right now, which is exciting. For those of you who are registered for the event, there will be a certificate emailed to you within the next few days so you can claim your professional development credits. Anyway, now for the fun stuff. I am so excited to have these awesome guests with us here for the session called UN and SDGs, the future we want. Now, many of you have already asked, what are the SDGs? Just hang tight, you are about to find out. This session is perfect for all educators of all grade levels looking to incorporate sustainability into your classroom, whatever that might look like. I am pleased to introduce to you Fabrizio Hochschild, United Nations Under Secretary General and Special Advisor for the UN 75, Paul Bjoredal, United Nations Advisor for the UN 75, and Jen Williams, Professor, Global Educator, and founder of Teach SDGs and Take Action Global. So we will meet them in just a second. And before I introduce to you Fabrizio, we are going to start off with a short video provided to us by the UN 75. Take a look. Thank you so much for providing us with that awesome video. I am now going to hand it off to Fabrizio Hochschild, United Nations Under Secretary General and Special Advisor for the UN 75. All right, Fabrizio, take it away.
Thank you, Amanda, and a very big thanks to Kahoot for bringing us together. It's really a privilege to be among you. As a father of three, I can't say enough how much I appreciate what teachers are doing and how teachers have adapted for their kids and my kids in these crazy times. And I am a deep admirer of what you're doing, and I can imagine the stresses you're under, and a huge heartfelt thanks from me. So this is a peculiar year in so many senses. It's the biggest global health emergency in 100 years since the Spanish flu after the First World War. And it also happens to be the 75th anniversary of the UN. And even before we were struck by this pandemic, by this global health emergency, there was a sense here in New York with the United Nations Secretary General that it wasn't really a big moment for celebration, even if it was our birthday. And there was a sense that while the UN had achieved a great deal, a lot about the future was very uncertain. The UN came out of a previous crisis, the Second World War, and it was set up to prevent a Third World War. It was set up to stop nationalism once again becoming rampant, as happened at the beginning of the 20th century and again in the 30s, leading to two devastating, deadly world wars. It was also set up to steer a process of decolonization, to get greater social justice and to further development. And if we look back 75 years, the UN has a lot of achievements, especially on the development front. The illiteracy rates globally, when the UN was established, were about 50%. Only half of the world could read or write. Today, literacy rates are over 90%. When the UN was set up, extreme poverty globally was around 50%. Today, extreme poverty is down to about 10 or 11%. Access to health, access to education, longevity have all improved substantively. And we have, of course, also succeeded in averting a Third World War. But there is a very big question where we go from here. We are at an inflection point, and that steady progress that my generation and the generation immediately before and after mine have benefited from, will it continue? We have the Sustainable Development Goals, goals that were formulated by all member states with civil society 5 years ago to set a global development agenda. And they were agreed upon, but are we really going to be able to realize them? We're seeing a resurgence of threats that are in danger of undermining the steady progress we've made with development over the past decades. Geopolitics is back with a vengeance. We see that in the increased tensions in the Security Council. We also have problems of conflicts that are lasting longer and longer, with a fragmenting number of actors in the conflicts and growing regional and international involvement. While we've made huge progress in reducing poverty, over the last 2 or 3 decades, we've seen inequality grow in 2 out of 3 countries. And then we face massive demographic challenges. Not only do we have the larger population than ever before, and it's still growing, but in some parts of the world, we have huge youth bulges with more young people than ever before. Will we have jobs for them? Will we have opportunities for them? And in other parts of the world, we have an ever-growing proportion of the older populations growing older and older. How are the social service systems going to support that? And what are the migratory pressures from those imbalances among populations? And then, of course, the chief challenge is climate change that threatens to undo all the progress we've made in development over so many years. And then we also have global health threats, and the pandemic we're facing today, which magnifies so many of our other crises, is chief among them. Now, no country on its own can manage those challenges. No country on its own can resolve them. It takes global cooperation. Climate change, the European Union, the US, China, however big, however powerful, however rich, it's only going to be all countries, all peoples coming together that's going to resolve it. And likewise with the other challenges I mentioned. But at this time, we're not coming together. We're fragmenting in many ways. And it was against that background that the Secretary General decided to mark our 75th birthday in a very different way, not so much with a celebration, but more by going back to we the peoples. Those are the first 3 words of the UN charters. That those are the people we're accountable for, peoples across the world, going back to them and seeking new inspiration, new ideas, a new sense of priorities from them. So for the 75th anniversary, we're staging a global listening tour, and we want to hear from people everywhere what they see as the world's priorities and what they see as the biggest threats to the implementation of those priorities, and what their expectations are of international cooperation to better reduce the gap towards between the world we aspire to 25 years from now and the world we're in danger of getting if current global megatrends are not better addressed. And we've started that effort reaching out to people across the world. And we want to hear from as many people in as many countries as possible. But especially, we want to hear from young people. As you saw from the quote from the former Secretary General, Kofi Annan, he used that frequently. We're never too old to learn, nor too young to lead. And the truth is, many feel that we're entering into a new era, a new epoch in history. And it's younger people who grew up in the digital domain, who grew up with these technologies that bring us so many benefits, but also bring disruption, who are digital natives, who understand that new world better. And it's also young people who inherit the consequences of what my generation did wrong. So the Secretary General really wants to hear from young people about their priorities, about their hopes, about their fears. And we will take what we hear to heads of state who will be meeting on the 21st of September here in New York, and we will try and use our findings, those voices, to do a reset and get international cooperation back on track to ensure that the steady progress we've made over so many decades through international cooperation, and in particular towards the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, can be maintained. So we need your help. There's a very big question out there now about what the world will look like in the post-COVID era. Will we be more united? Will we come to our senses? Will we work better together? Or will the world be more fragmented? Will there be more nationalism and isolationism? The outcome is not clear yet, but we can influence the outcome. So please join us. Please help us gather voices through our 1-minute survey, through moderating conversations. There's a wealth of material on our website. And we've been working with Kahoot also to disseminate games that help touch upon our themes. Please help us gather voices. So with the voices of your students, with your voices, the voices of your friends, your family, your networks, we can steer the world in a better direction that better serves the hopes and aspirations and better counters the fears of young people everywhere. Thank you. Back to you, Jen, or over to you, Jen.
Thank you, Fabrizio. It's wonderful to hear from you and to be a part of this session today with you and your team. Thank you so much for inviting me in. It has been such a pleasure working with you and Paul and Natalie over the past several months, and I'm excited to be here today to represent the thousands of educators that I've had the pleasure of working with and their classrooms of students over the past 5 years as we've endeavored to take on these global goals in our classrooms around the world. So I'm excited to share about a project that we have been recently working on as part of the UN 75 initiative. And I will turn over to my slides to start a little bit on what are the SDGs? So if any of the teachers that are joining today, if the SDGs are new for you, they're new for a lot of people. So these are 17 goals that we together as a world agreed upon in 2015 to reach by the year 2030. And so you can see here, there are goals that we've been working on for a long time in our classrooms. So life below water, life on land, climate action. We actually have our very own goal in SDG 4, quality education. But I really believe as educators, we have a responsibility to invest in all of these goals in our classrooms. So I'm excited to be joining here from Florida, and I am an educator. I was born to teach. I was in K-12 education for 20 years and then moved to higher ed in 2014, where I now have the pleasure of working with our future teachers and currently practicing teachers that are returning for a secondary degree. I also have the great pleasure of working with teachers around the world who are ready to take on global citizenship in their classroom. And they believe that these goals are the roadmap to help them to get there. So when these goals came out in 2015, I had been going out to conferences and classrooms and talking about the importance of global citizenship, saying that I believe we as teachers have a seat at the table when we're talking about these types of activities at the level of the United Nations. And then when the goals came out, I was like, this is it. This is the glue, I think, that can finally help teachers to understand that they have a place in this dialogue. So I was at a conference in Philadelphia, and I was with another global educator, and we said, these goals are everything, the bright colors and the icons and the short phrases. I think this is it. So wondering who was doing the work out in the world to connect classrooms to the SDGs, we looked, couldn't find anything, so decided to send a tweet. Interestingly enough, the UN responded and said, we're wanting to find out that answer as well. Would you be interested in coming to the United Nations headquarters to have a discussion? About a month later, we did that. We were then tasked, we had gone from being 2 educators to 4, and we were tasked by the UN as a task force to go out for a year, survey the scene, and see what was happening. We had no idea what to do. We didn't really even know where to begin. So we did what we knew best. We got a hashtag, Teach SDGs, and we said, let's bring in our friends. And so as we were 4 North American educators, we knew if we were going to talk about this global conversation at scale, we needed people from different areas around the world. So we went from 4 to 17 to now over 40,000 educators who are working each day to bring the goals to their classrooms and schools. What we've also been able to do, and partnering with incredible educators like my Take Action Global partner, Koen Temmers in Belgium, we've been able to organize teachers in sustained projects. So using EdTech tools like Kahoot and other collaborative forms of technology that can engage our students in online spaces, we're able to bring thousands of educators together for a purpose. So we have projects like the Climate Action Project that we'll have again in October. We had the Goals Project that's focused specifically on the SDGs for 1 month, which was last month or last year in September. And then we presented at Global Goals Week. We planted 1 million trees with the Plant Ed Project. And then we've been supporting our schools in Africa and in the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. But this year, what we found was our UN Secretary General looking to our youth and saying, we want to better understand what is the future you want to create. And so we decided with that, and understanding that the UN was celebrating its 75th anniversary, we decided to pivot. And we said, this is a moment that we need to jump right into with our teachers. And so we set out to plan a 10-week conversation called the Take Action Project. And we invited classrooms from around the world in. We were going to talk about shared humanity, social inclusion. What does environmental justice look like? Innovation for opportunity. And we set out to begin on March 1st. So with 500 classrooms together with us, we began our project. And then 2 weeks later, 99% of our classrooms closed down. So we were at this moment where we said, do we proceed? Do we pause? How do we move forward? Knowing that we were already prepared for online learning, we said, these are ththose moments where we just need to keep going forward. So we did that. And what we looked to do was use our partnerships and our friendships with groups like UN 75 and NASA and WWF as our trusted experts. And we moved our students age 5 all the way up through age 18 through these different levels, starting with self when we're looking at what kind of world do we want to create, and also are all people treated fairly and equally with our support from UN and UN 75. So moving students from a level of self to local out to the level of the planet, where we partnered with WWF to look at environmental justice. And then we had been in conversations with NASA, and they said, you need to go beyond the planet and you need to look at the universe level. And so we did that before we moved our students back to module 5, which was weeks 9 and 8, collective action. And so again, just as we started this project and had this essential question of what does collective action look like, we were hit with this massive global pandemic where our students were seeing this firsthand. So it was a pretty simple format. What we used were these Google Docs for each module, and we moved our students through 3 phases of design thinking. So each module, we had a topic, and you can see here, this is our beginning conversation for weeks 2 and 3 around social inclusion. And so looking at UN and UN 75 as our trusted expert, we examined their resources, we looked at them and their mission, what were they setting out to do? For a lot of our students, the concept of a mission was something that was new for them. So we were able to have a purposeful discussion with real working organizations. Then we moved from inspiration to ideation. So now that they had an understanding and a foundation, they started to gather ideas. And all of this was helping them to understand how they would answer this huge question that we had of what is the future you want to create? And then always we ended with implementation. So here we were, a lot of our modules also fell in these wonderful global events. So during this time, we had International Women's Day. So we were looking at equality and we were looking at gender roles, and we were having our students respond to those as we went. So we were able to use these engaging technologies like Google Docs, and we were able to use Flipgrid and Kahoot, and also social media. So places like Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. So we kept going with our project, and then next we took it back to our students. So after we had a better understanding of missions of these organizations that we looked at, we had our students look at their own school mission statements. And so you can see here, we were able to pull out some of the words from the schools that were participating and their mission statement words. So words that these schools were committed to, like empathy and environment and openness and values. So things where our students were saying, my school maybe already has initiatives around the environment that I can look to as an example. So for the first few weeks, our students created a space, a learning space dedicated to the work that we were doing right there in their classroom. So you can see this is a classroom in Colorado with Miss Fliss and her students. And so they're celebrating the goals. We were celebrating UN 75 and the work that the UN had done to get us to this point, recognizing the SDGs. You can see here, they have a visual representation of moving from self to local to world, all the way out to the universe and the world they want to see. Here's another classroom that's creating their own learning space within their school environment. And then what happened was we needed to move everything to online. So here, this is a grade 2 classroom in Thailand, and they were able to take that visual representation from their class. And you can see here, this is the chronological progression as they moved through our 10-week project. So here, this was in their classroom. What kind of world do you want to create? And these young students starting to add in their ideas. Because what our goal was at the end of all of this, all of the student ideas, we would be able to bring those together and give a collective response to the United Nations. So you can see here, as things start to advance and throughout our weeks, everything takes a dramatic shift to online environments where these students are still able to collaborate, they're able to share, they're able to work towards progress, even though they're working at their own homes and contributing online. This is another classroom. They used a different tool called Wakelet to represent their journey through the Take Action project. So the first classroom I just shared were some of our youngest learners. These are some of our oldest students. So this is a classroom in Poland. And you can see here, similar to Maya's class, they're documenting their whole journey in a chronological order. What kind of world do you want to create? These are their beginning ideas. And we'll share in a minute how we found out what they ended up with at the end. So are all people treated fairly and equally? What kind of community would you hope to create? And so we wanted to have our students as global citizens move beyond their own perspective. So they were out interviewing people, doing action research as they're moving through this. We had webinars with our trusted experts. And then we were actually having them work to share out messages from their homes. So you can see here, Malgorzade's students in Poland. This was part of our work around environmental justice. And so we had planned to have them do this collaborative project in their classroom where they would look at local wildlife and local plants and animals, and then share with the rest of the world what those animals look like at a local and plants look like at a local level. So here in Poland, we can see these are the types of animals and plants that they're familiar with. And so they were able to do that from their homes and share out. So it's pretty cool for us to see. So then we get to week 8 and 9. So this was our final module. We were bringing our students back to levels of self. We were talking about collective action. We were reviewing all of the information that they had learned on this journey. And so for a lot of our classrooms, the Take Action project was almost like a supplement in the beginning to their everyday curricula. But what happened was, as teachers started to migrate to distance learning, not really sure how they were going to translate their current curricula into an online space, they were able to take the Take Action project and make this their curriculum. So they were having levels of depth and understanding, and their students were creating the most amazing things. So just like in the beginning, we had International Women's Day, we had Earth Day fall during weeks 8 and 9. So we had celebrations of that. We always had a reflection. So we were looking back at our previous learning because we were building for them to be able to share out their responses on the world we want to create. They were having interventions and inventions. They were having solutions to COVID. They were proposing all of these great things, and they were actually taking action on them. So on May 1st, we were able to join together in a global celebration online, and we were having our students share about the future they want to create, both with putting up these images and then also presenting in sessions. So you can see here some of the students that share their idea. I am creating a future that is. So for our students, it wasn't just about telling the future they want to create. For us, it was about having them starting to take action to create that future themselves. So you see here, Robert, he wants a future that is safe and free of child abuse, clean and reusable, a future that is happy. You see here, this family is working to create a future that is safe. a future that is fair and nonviolent, in which society is wise and expands its choices. Another future that is safe. And then with our students, as they were sharing out these images and actions, they were able to use Padlet to record all of their different ideas. So these are going to load up, but students from around the world were able to document. They were able to see other ideas from other students and comment on those. So this became our collective response to the United Nations in the future that our students hope to create. So we fast forward to May 1st, and this was our day of celebration, our spectacular day of learning. And so we had student presentations from the very early morning and going until the afternoon. And so our students, we started with Maya's class. You saw that second grade group talking about sharing the planet, and then ending with Julia's class, who you saw in the beginning, talking about Take Action Us. In the days preceding our event, we were able to join with UN 75 in a global game of Kahoot. And I remember Paul and I were talking, okay, how many people do we think will join for this? At the time we had a maximum of 4,000. I'm like, oh, it's 48 hours. I don't think we'll get anywhere near that. And like it maxed out after one day. So we had so much participation, students eager to share their voices, share their ideas, share their learning, and using Kahoot to be able to do that. So we were so grateful for Fabrizio joining as our official keynote speaker, which for our students to be able to see someone from the United Nations taking time, caring to share with our classrooms, and also wanting to hear from them made all of the difference. I know as I was a young girl, I remember when I was 8 and raising money for Ethiopia, and the United Nations was such a far off distant dream. I wouldn't even imagine that my little voice at the time would matter. But our students today are seeing that their voices do matter and that they're needed, and that we must keep hearing from them. So you see here, Maya's little second grade students, now international presenters kicking off our day. Here is Malgozada's students from Poland talking about their solutions. Fabrizio giving our keynote address, but then not just giving an address, but taking questions from our students and really wanting to hear from them. And these are really meaty questions. Do you think coronavirus pandemic provides an opportunity to make positive changes regarding climate action? Our students care about climate change. They care about the world that they're preparing for in their futures. How can young displaced persons make sure their voices are heard by the United Nations, both at local and global levels? And we were able to share on ways that they can continue to do that. And I'm so grateful for Kahoot hosting this session today to keep the conversation going. So our global Kahoot, and Paul will be able to share a little bit more on this, but what we were able to do is take the results of this Kahoot game and better understand what are our students wanting us to do in education and in industry and at the level of the UN. This question here I felt was particularly interesting with the results. So how important is international cooperation to solve today's and our future technological challenges? And you can see overwhelming response of our students feel it is very important and fairly important for that to be happening. So we're going to keep this work going, and we have our Earth project coming up in the fall, where we're going to be able to continue to have students sharing out their actions, taking action with groups like the UN and others to inspire change for building out that future that they want to create. And so you can find that link in the resources, as Amanda had mentioned, and you can also share on social media, and we'll message you there too. So before I turn it over to Paul, I just wanted to share 2 of our final responses from some of our students who had joined as part of the Take Action project. So we had kind of given them a blank canvas and said, you tell us in the way that works for you about the future you want to create. So you can see Victoria on the right created this beautiful piece of art representing the future she wants to create in the world. And Carolina writing this poem. We've always been told human race should be bold. After all, they're the ones to rule this world. But they're getting out of hand, putting other people down, telling them what's wrong, what's right. Spreading old stereotypes, sorting others better, worse, based just on their looks, their clothes, what's their faith or who they love. While it's a private choice, stop hurting your genre brothers, live your life and so let others. So I think these are beautiful examples of these students today that are taking action for our planet and its people, aligned to the SDGs and the work of the United Nations for our planet. And I'll turn it over to Paul, but I also wanted to thank Kahoot for having me join today too. I was one of the first 10 Kahoot founding ambassadors. So I've been with Kahoot for many years, and then seeing that now they have over 30,000 educators joining in an online event such as this and trending on Twitter. It's just so extraordinary to see. So I thank you all for having me here today and appreciating educator voice and student activism. So Paul, I know you're going to share a little bit more on our Kahoot and how we played it and some other things you have that you're cooking up.
Yes, thank you, Jen, for that great segue into my part of this presentation and session. And thanks again for having us here. I mean, to hold what we've ambitiously called and labeled the largest global conversation on the future we want, we need to be innovative and creative to find ways to reach out, and particularly to reach out to young people and students who are as Fabrizio said, the ones who are going to inherit the planet and inherit the problems that our generation will be unable to solve. So even the more important to engage them on the platforms and the places where they are and where we can find them. So with that, we reached out to Kahoot to see if we could build a partnership with them and to engage young people through Kahoot gaming. And we came up basically with initial startup with 5 games that play on the themes that are along the main themes of our work and our campaign. Not that it's an exclusive list, but these are some of the trends and the main issues that we've raised. So here you just see 2 samples. One is one about investing in health for a better future, which has also been tremendously popular game. Of course, it picked up on all the challenges and people's thoughts and concerns around the coronavirus and pandemic. And then the second one, which Jen touched a little bit upon, and we'll talk a little bit more in detail, is how technology can change our lives, or can technology change our lives? And I think what's interesting and fascinating with these games is that they really interact with young people in a very profound way, because we also tailor them and we construct them in a way that it's supposed to relate to young people and concerns and thoughts and ideas that they feel is very present in their lives. So during our session then on Take Action Day with Jennifer, it was a very powerful example of the power of young students and how they actually can communicate with us, and what kind of interesting and bold yet very forward-looking and important ideas they have that should be captured. We need, and as the quote from the former Secretary General was, "You're never too young to lead, and your ideas are most important." So with this Kahoot challenge then that we created with Jen, we had an amazing experience, and we basically thought that we wouldn't reach the limit that we had set out initially, 2,000. But we got there, and it was impressive just to see the involvement of the students. There were students taking it multiple times to improve their scores. We could see, and you can see from the slides, that their accuracy is pretty good. But then after, and I think that was also the very powerful and interesting session, was that we could then go back and discuss with the students the answers and reflect on some of the challenges that they had answered on in the Kahoot. So for example, we talked about job losses. How many people can risk losing their job due to automation? But yet on the positive side, how many jobs can be created through a greener economy? And it was very good and encouraging to see that students still have a great faith. So even though there will be job losses due to automation, there is still that great faith in a greener economy, and that can actually drive and propel our future for a better planet. We are through our games as well, and as you can see on the next slide, we have also asked the poll question, which is also a critical and important part of our campaign. As Fabrizio said, we are about listening to the peoples, and we need the views, and we need to gather those views and insights, and especially from young players through Kahoot. And then again, it's very interesting and very compelling to us to see that this data that we see here, that almost something like 90% of those who responded said it was very important for international cooperation to solve today's and future's technological challenges. And that really aligns with the data that we collect through our UN 75 survey, where we have the same number, about 90% saying that it's either very important or essential that people cooperate to solve global challenges. So this is very valuable insights for us. It will have an impact. It will make a difference when we see and summarize the results, and we can take that and we can bring it to the world when on 21st, when our results will be presented. So to close off and to present you, the teachers, and your students with a new challenge, we've created a new Kahoot. And here you can see the pin. And also later on, when you see this material available electronically, you can also click on these links, and there will be a link at the end with our resources. This game is about more on the polling end, but it's also about engaging youth on the key questions of our survey. So you hope you will join this challenge, and that you will share it with your friends, with your students, with your networks, with your colleagues all over, because this is a great insight for us to learn from you and to learn from your students on the future we all want. So with that, I want to thank you for the attention and leave it back to Amanda. Thank you.
Wow, thank you all so much for that incredible presentation. I was reading the responses in the chat. A lot of teachers had never heard of the SDGs before. I think many were taken with the examples, Jen, that you showed of the students who engaged in the Take Action Day. The first question I'm going to throw to you, Jen, are there going to be more Take Action Global Days?
Oh, that's a great question. So we kind of follow the lead of our students, and Take Action Day, just like Take Action Project, evolved because of our students having an interest in this work. And so we will absolutely be having more online events, and we'll start with the Earth Project and the Climate Action Project in the fall. So I hope teachers will sign up and join with our students. All of our projects, just like anything around the SDGs, is always going to be free. And our goal is quality education for all. So anyone, anywhere can join in.
Thanks, Jen, for that information. Fabrizio, I'm going to come to you next. You mentioned that you are encouraging students to really participate, and you want to hear their voices. And teachers and administrators, and we are all interested in knowing, what do you do with those survey results, and how are they actually implementing change when they provide you with this information?
We're gathering information from people all over the world. We're going to put that together in a report that we will present to heads of state in 21 September. And then we will use those voices. We will use the ideas that come forth to advocate for change, to advocate for a more responsive, more inclusive international system and better international cooperation. That's going to be a difficult task with the state of global politics, but we will be pushing hard for that. So the voices matter, and we will be bringing them to the attention of world leaders and do our utmost to make them the motor for change.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot, I think, especially for the students to know they are truly making a difference. We don't want to give our kids busy work just for busy work. Paul, a question over to you. Many want to know, how else can we get involved with the UN 75 initiative besides taking these Kahoots? Some people have already taken them, and of course, I know many will drop in that pin and go ahead and take the one that you all created. But what else can they do?
So on our website, which you will also see on the last slide here eventually at the end of the session, and there's a tremendous amount of resources for students, for teachers to utilize and access. And I want to point particularly to this toolkit that we have that is accessible for everyone and for everyone to use. And the idea is really for students and teachers and anyone to use these dialogue toolkits and have their own dialogues about the future you want. You can angle it and you can shape it the way you want. We have given you a framework of questions and ideas and issues that could be a basis for your discussion, but it's up to you to have, but you're encouraged to have those discussions and then report back to us. And we have also a feedback report form on our website as well. And we encourage as many to do those all over the world, because Fabrice says, we need all these views and we need them to represent the whole world to truly have a compelling report to present to world leaders.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. Jen, I have another question for you. A lot of teachers have questions on sort of what platforms and resources you use to share this information and allow kids to engage in this material.
So we try to use whatever is available. Oftentimes we're looking for things that are free and accessible for all. So Kahoot is a great example of a tool that our teachers can use, and they can connect and collaborate with other classrooms. We're also using a lot of interactive platforms like Zoom and Whereby, some Microsoft tools to have video interactions as well. So when we can get our students seeing each other, sharing perspectives, working collaboratively for a sustained period of time to take action, that's where I think we really see the power. So it's working together for a purpose, hearing different perspectives, listening to local problems that someone that lives in a whole other country on a different part of the planet is going through, really is powerful for even our youngest students, age 5. So we use a lot of different tools and we're using new ones as they come, which a lot of things are happening right now in ed tech and in education.
That's great to hear. I think a lot of teachers are like, excellent free resources. You know, people want to just use what they have at their hands and what they are used to using. So really, it's awesome to hear that, you know, you can engage in these conversations using anything. My final question I'll pose maybe to all three of you is sort of, what do you think is the most prominent or favorite goal that you think students should be discussing in the classroom right now? Is there a more pressing topic that you think that they should engage in? And if so, any suggestions on how to do that? Jen, I'll go to you first.
I'd love to start. I get this question a lot. So since I love the SDGs, a lot of people will even ask me, like, what is your favorite SDG? And as a teacher, it's almost like you can never answer that. Like, who's your favorite student in your class? You love them all collectively. I always look to my students. I pose all of the goals out to them and let them select the ones that they make connections with. And for me personally, I sometimes change, like an ebb and flow on which goal I'm focused on. I have a special place in my heart for SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals, because I really believe in the power of partnerships, as exampled here today, when we can see educators, an ed tech company, and the United Nations coming together for change through students. Like, I think that is just the most amazing thing. And I always tell my teachers, reach out to these companies and these organizations because they really want to hear from you. So I'm that's a hard one for me. I'd say all of the goals.
Paul, over to you next. Do you have a specific goal or topic?
Right, that's a difficult one to answer, because they're all, one way interconnected and important in and of themselves, and highlighting one over the other might, but maybe at this time and juncture in time, maybe goal number 10, reduced inequalities. It's a core piece of our campaign. It's a core piece of the UN work. And it's we've seen, how COVID-19 has brought and exacerbated inequalities. We've seen racial injustice in the recent months and weeks. So I mean, maybe that's a goal. At least maybe it's because we were living in the current times. But that maybe is the one I would highlight today.
Fabrizio, over to you.
Well, the previous two speakers said what I was going to say, but I'll say something different. These are times of insanity, and I think there's a huge mental stress, on our mental health as individuals through what we've had to live through. I think teachers and students face that alike, and I don't think it's good not to talk about that. I think it should be talked about. But I think our communities are also under stress, and the world most certainly is under stress, and that's why it's behaving in rather irrational ways. So I think we should also talk about, in the classroom, about how we can use this strange, forced reflective moment to deal with some of our mental health challenges as individuals, to deal with the challenges, insanity of our communities. One example of insanity is the pandemic of racism, and how we can deal with the insanity that we're facing as a global community. And the resurgent global divisions are a sign of that. So mental health as individuals, mental health as communities, mental health as an international community, I think is the burning topic, and how we can use this crisis to come out saner.
Wow, thank you, Fabrizio, Paul, and Jen, for your awesome insights. I think overall, everyone has found this session really informative and useful and eye-opening, and really practical as well. Really, we thank you so much for your time. Any final words before I give my closing spiel?
No, just again, deep admiration, deep gratitude, both to Kahoot for being such an amazing partner, and also to all teachers everywhere. You are raising future leaders, and we trust you'll do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, and really, truly, thank you, teachers and administrators, and all of you three, for your hard work and leadership during this time. This is really, really inspirational. We thank you for being presenters here with Kahoot, and we thank you, attendees, for coming to join this session. As I mentioned, it will be recorded. You can share it with your friends who have missed it, in case you think they want to check us out. But go ahead and share anything on social media using hashtag Kahoot EDU Summit. All of the resources that Fabrizio, Paul, and Jen have mentioned, including the Kahoot made by the UN 75, are on our website, kahoot.com/EDU Summit. There are buttons on there that you can click to download and access those links. And in addition, you can get your shareable, downloadable badge that you can share with others. Truly, thank you so much for being here, attendees and presenters, Fabrizio, Paul, and Jen. You are awesome, and we appreciate your hard work.